Okay. Yeah, it says you're live. Okay. All right. Thank you, Mani. I hope you feel better. Okay.
Now, can he see it?
And try. Can you try to go into YouTube and see?
Oh, under the YouTube link, I clicked. It says live, one watching.
Oh, okay. No, no worries. Take your time.
No worries.
Yeah, we are on.
We are on. Okay, thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Mani.
Acha.
Okay, thank you. Yeah. Okay. And do you know anything about the Zoom?
Zoom, we are
We
not
are
doing.
not doing Zoom. Okay. Okay. All right. Okay. Thank you. Take care. Okay. All right. Okay. Bye.
Okay.
না, একটা ছিল তো কাজ করে। They have some that is set up.
Okay, this is live, এটা অন আছে
হুম।
এবং
ওটা কি বন্ধ করে দেবে এখন?
আবার সেটআপ কে করবে?
ঠিক আছে। এটা ঠিক না।
ওখানে 3-4টে আছে।
সাজিয়ে গেল না মন্ত্র মুগ্ধ প্রত্যেক জায়গায় অন্যরকম যেমন ওই যে একই জিনিস করতে ক্লাসও হয়
দেখছি। Is it working? Hello? Hello? আচ্ছা, ওই মহারাজ এসে বসবেন, ওনার কি আলাদা চেয়ার?
তখন আমরা নাচের ক্লাস থেকে সাড়ে 3,000 বন্ধু করেছি
Hello? আর 4 নম্বর আরেকটা ভিতরে 4 ভিতরে দুটো আছে আরেকটা যাদের কোয়েশ্চেন থাকবে মহারাজ বলেন সামনে এসে কোয়েশ্চেনটা করতে কিন্তু অলরেডি দুটো কাজ করছে না মানে এখন তো ওখানে অন করা নাকি ওই ভিতর থেকে নেই পিছনে একটা আছে না না ওর পিছনে একদম পিছন থেকে একটুখানি মাইকের ওখানে গিয়ে দেখো তো দোলাদিদের কি 3টে থেকে দোলাদি 4টে থেকে আচ্ছা আরেকবার এটা এখানে হ্যালো 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 Go to next.
বেশি হচ্ছে 2 3 দরকার না ওই ফুলটা
এটা ঠিক আছে This is good.
এটা ভেতরে না রাখা
না এটা সামনে
সামনে কোথায় জানি তো মাঝখানে
মাঝখানে
ওটা হ্যান্ড দেম অল অন
something it wasn't in then. Zero ঠিক আছে
এবার হ্যালো বলো
hello
না
hello so maybe this is loose you're thinking
yeah I mean it's doing something zero try it
hello 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 hello
সব খোলা আছে
কিছু loose আছে দেখো oh this is already taken okay but they used to do 4 mics right
yeah something new আরেকটা mic try করে
ওইখানে মিউজিক হয়ে গেলে ওই
না এটা তো 4 লেখা আছে না মানে so they use this recently
ওই মাইকটা হয়ে গেলে use that mic for question
that's fine
yeah because it is not working so গান ফান হয়ে যাবে সবার
এটা try করি let's eliminate the mic and see if anything changes
okay.
Or 75 is the lowest. Okay, yeah,
So that means this mic
that much is that. Yeah,
okay. তাহলে we
এটা
can-
অন্য কোনো কমিয়ে দাও। Actually, they all should be on. কারণ ওই একটা ছাড়া everything should be on.
লাইট তো অন আছে
হ্যাঁ,
কোনটা তুমি
ঠিক আছে, you can leave them all on.
একবার একটা
এটা দেখে নাও, একটু বাড়িয়ে দাও। Okay.
তিনটে করা আছে।
এই সবুজ পাতাগুলোকে সামনে থেকে কেটে দেওয়া লাগবে। হ্যাঁ, exactly.
কাঁচি দেবো
হ্যাঁ, এই পুরো পাতা দুটো। হ্যাঁ। Better, not that. সাদাটাকে একটু ডান পাশে আনতে হবে।
এখানে আরেকটা এনে গুঁজে দেবো।
হ্যাঁ। তুমি যাচ্ছ কেন? আপনার কি
না করছে ও।
দুটো আলাদা করে দিতে?
হ্যাঁ কি বললে?
এই ফুল নেবেন না।
তুমি বলো, আমি নিয়ে গিয়ে আবার ঠিক করে আনবো। বলো বলো।
এই তিনটে ফুলগুলো এদিকে আছে, এখানে পাতাগুলো
আচ্ছা ঠিক আছে।
ভিতরের দিকে চলে গেছে। ওইটাকে ঘুরি। তুমি যাও, আমি যাচ্ছি।
তুমি দাঁড়াও, ওখানে আমি দিচ্ছি তোমার।
ওইটা ঠিক আছে, এইটা ঠিক আছে, এটা ঠিক আছে।
এইটাতে আমি আরো ফুল আনতে যাচ্ছি। এখানে সাদা দিয়ে দেবো, একটু এই ফুল দিয়ে
এই
দেবো।
ফুলগুলো এইদিকে না করে ভিতরে।
বলছে রাধাদার চোখ খুব ভালো
হ্যাঁ জানি তো।
এই ফুলগুলো ওইদিকে চলে গেছে। এইটাকে নিয়ে এই করে থাকতো, তাহলে দুটোর সাথে
তুমি বলছো এইরকম থাকবে?
হ্যাঁ দেখো, এখন ওই লালগুলোকে এইটা এদিকে দেওয়া যাচ্ছে না?
এগুলোকে এদিকে দেওয়া উচিত ছিল না, এগুলোকে
হ্যাঁ এদিকে।
না না ঠিক আছে।
এবার
কাটা
ডাটাগুলো সল্ট না ঠিক আছে দাঁড়ো ঠিক
আচ্ছা ঠিক আছে তুমি রাখো তোমার পরে খাবার মাংস আমি একটা রেখে যাচ্ছি ওটা নিয়ে আসছি
সুদেশ নদী তুমি ওখানে থাকো আমি নিয়ে আসছি সুদেশ নদী তুমি ওখানে থাকো আমি আসছি
ফোন করবে দেখো তাপস ঠিক আছে কিনা You are the head of the department.
Nothing. Thakur is সাদাগুলো দুপাশে থাকবে সামনে থাকবে না
Yes, it should be like this.
ঠিক আছে ঠিক আছে মানে সিমেট্রি করতে এত অসুবিধা কেন আমি বুঝতে পারছি না একটা দেখে বাদ বাকিগুলো ওরকম করলেই হয়
ফুলগুলো তো সব একরকম নয়
হ্যাঁ নো যতটা পারে করে তারপরে বুঝবো
হ্যাঁ ও তাই করে দিয়েছে আমরা রাখতে গিয়ে করে ফেলছি
না তুমি গিয়ে দেখো যে সাদা ফুলটাই দেখা যাচ্ছে ওইটা দেখাই যাচ্ছে
এটা ঠিক আছে এগুলো ঠিক আছে ওটা নাকি
ওইটার বাঁ পাশেরটা হচ্ছে আমার মতে ওইটাই এইটাই হ্যাঁ
This is correct?
হ্যাঁ আমার
Yeah.
তো মনে হয় এইটা কাজ
So that
আর যদি
should be-
পিছনে একটা লম্বা করে দিতে পারে সাদা তাহলে হয় মানে অ্যাকসেন্ট লালটা হবে
সামনে।
সাদাগুলো হচ্ছে অ্যাকসেন্ট
ওটা দিয়ে এই এই Yes. এবার এটাও করে দাও, এই সাদাগুলো এক পাশে করে দাও।
কেন যে
Why is it?
এটা কি কাটতে পারলে ভালো। সে ফুলটা এই ঠাকুরের কাছে আচ্ছা, অন্য অন্য 5টা ফুল তো আছে, এইটা ঠাকুরকে দিতে দেওয়া হচ্ছে কেন? এটা তো সিমেট্রি নেই।
ওকে দেখি বলি। তখন তোকে এই ফুলটা কেন দেওয়া হচ্ছে?
এই ফুলটার তো কোনো সিমেট্রি নেই।
এই ফুলটা আর একটু নামিয়ে দিয়ে Hi Lipu, what you doing? Did you drink water? খেয়েছো জল খেয়েছো? বাবা বুগি you? জলের বোতল দিবি আমাকে? জলটা বাইরে গিয়ে খেয়ে আসছেন? হ্যাঁ হ্যাঁ ওকে ওকে What you doing?
I'm looking where Baba is.
Oh, Baba is doing something. Huh? Oh, মহারাজ 3:30টার সময় আসছেন।
এই সূত্রগুলো দেখেছো এখন লিখে দিয়েছে
না কাজ করো যদি সেরকম হয় এখানে একটা না তোমার লিখতে হবে না।
We can breathe on these. I'll try to breathe on that and see. Only the thing is it? I will figure. মানে এই যে ব্লু এখানকার যে ফুল আছে
কি হলো? কি ফুল?
দেখেন এখানে হাইড্রেঞ্জা
ব্লু ভ্যালি।
হ্যাঁ হাইড্রেঞ্জা যদি লাগে সাজানোর জন্য নিয়ে যেতে হবে নিচে। দেখেছেন এখানে আমাদের ছোট ফুলের বাগান।
হ্যাঁ দেখেছি।
না ওখানে কিছু বেশ সুন্দর সুন্দর ফুল আছে, এই যে জিনিয়া গুলো লম্বা লম্বা,
হ্যাঁ হ্যাঁ
ওখান থেকে কাট করে আপনি এটা করতে পারবেন। খুব সুন্দর। হ্যাঁ পুরো গেঁদা। দাও, দিয়ে দাও, আমি নিচে নিয়ে যাচ্ছি।
আচ্ছা শোন কিছু করে প্লিজ পড়তে হবে
হ্যাঁ, ফুল হয়ে গেছে।
না না আই নো তোমাকে তো সারাদিন
হ্যাঁ, চলে আসো, চলে আসো, চলে আসো। আমাকে নিচে নিয়ে যেতে হবে? সাইড থেকে সরে যাও, আপনার ওখানে জায়গা দাও, চলে আসো।
Read this.
বেশি জল হয়ে যাচ্ছে
Jack.
জল বেশি
Best, yeah.
যেতে ভিজে যাবে
কাতারে দিলাম, দেখতে দেখতে এরকম হবে।
তাড়াহুড়ো মানে কিছুই যাক গে।
But he's very more than upstairs. But we even
ভক্তি বাসনটা নিয়ে যাচ্ছি ওখানে দেখছি ভক্তি বাসন কি নিয়ে যাবে ওখানে দেখুন
শুনি ওইটাকে একটুখানি ডান দিকে টেনে দেবে, স্লাইটলি একটু ডান।
এটা
হ্যাঁ, তুমি যে আলোটা দিলে সেই একটুখানি ডান দিকে টেনে দেবে। না না,
ডান
আমার দিকে,
ও আমার ডান দিকে, হ্যাঁ বলো
আরো একটুখানি, ব্যাস ব্যাস। তাহলে সেন্টার হলো আর কি। ওটা সুন্দর আছে, ওটা তুলে দিচ্ছি কেন?
এখানে অন্য ফুলগুলো আসছে ফ্রেশ ফুল ও ফ্রেশ ফুল কৃষ্ণ সাজিয়ে দেবো নাকি আজকে না মোমবাতিতে যাবে
একটা স্টেপ ডাউন করছো কেন?
একটু ব্যথা হবে আরো
বলো কোথায় লাগাতে হবে, লাগিয়ে দিচ্ছি দেখুন।
শুধু শুধু তুমি উচ্চকার
ওই যে ওপাশে যা এরকম করে এদিকটার সঙ্গে ম্যাচ করে মাথাটা রাখি তারপর সেটা উপরে দেবো তাহলে এইটা ফুলগুলো সরিয়ে ওগুলোটা
ঠিক আছে।
হ্যাঁ
এবার ঠিক আছে।
ঠিক আছে তখন তো দেখে বলো
না তুমি কি এই দুটো উপর দিয়ে ওই দুটোকে তলায় নিতে হবে,
হ্যাঁ
মানে
না আমি বলছি যে এটা করতে পারি এগুলোকে সরিয়ে দিয়ে
ওটাকে তলায় দিতে হবে। হ্যাঁ হ্যাঁ হ্যাঁ।
আমি সরিয়ে দেবো ওপরটা সরিয়ে দাও আরেকটু দেখি ঠিক আছে ম্যাক্সিমাম সুদেশের গাড়িটা বেশ সরবে ও পাশে ওই দিকে চাইনের দিকে হ্যাঁ হ্যাঁ এখন ঠিক আছে তখন তো দেখে বলো
তুমি এসো তো আমার কষ্ট লাগছে তুমি একটু এসো আমরা ঠিক করে নেবো
কেন পড়ছো কি বসো একটু বসো
হ্যাঁ তুমি একটু বসো দিস ক্যান বি ম্যানেজেবল তুমি যা সুন্দর করে রেখেছো
बैठ जाइए बहन Ratna, this is going to sing, and then I think Dola will be for future. Okay, let's see. We can fix it.
ঠিক আছে তারপর ঠিক আছে
ঠিক আছে আমি ওই দাগটা যেটা আছে সেই দাগের উপরে মাঝে মাঝে
The right one is a little taller. It's beautiful.
কি হলে
মধ্যে দিকে মাথাটা একটু উঁচু দিকেটা একটু নিচু
ও দ্যাট ক্যানট গিয়ে একটু তুলে দেবো It looks good. কেননা যখন দেয় তখন বাদ বাকি ফুলের সাপোর্টে উঠে কি না একদম পারফেক্টলি করা যায় না
আর তিনটে ফুলদানি আসবে দুটো সরু সামনে মাঝখানে একটা বড়
Why doesn't she try to do cement একটা করে বলতে গেলে ঝগড়া হয়ে যাবে
না আসলে কি হয় জানো তো আমরা যেভাবে করছি ওইখানে দাঁড়িয়ে দেখতে একরকম লাগে এখানে সে
পটলাটা কি করেছে উপরে এত বড় কালো পটলা
কিসের পটলা
জানি না
উপরে হ্যাঁ ওগুলো তো কুশন থাকে কুশন গুলো লাগবে আমাদের
আচ্ছা
আপনি আজকে তোমার আরতি করবেন একটা কুশন তেলে বের করে ওখানে আসনের উপরে দিকে পেতে দিতে হবে
আচ্ছা আসল পাশে পাশে
আসনটা সামনে দিয়ে
হ্যাঁ করে দেবো এখন
হ্যাঁ করে দাও লাস্ট টাইম যখন সর্বপ্রিয়ানন্দ দিয়েছিলেন সেইভাবে
হ্যাঁ কিন্তু আমার মোমবাতি কিন্তু একদম ফুরিয়ে গেছে নতুন মোমবাতি দিয়ে দেবো
হ্যাঁ
দিতে হবে না
যাই হোক আরতি তো হবে কে করবে জানি না জায়গা করে রাখতে হবে দুপেরটা নিয়ে চলো দুপেরটা নিয়ে নাও
হ্যাঁ একসাথে নিয়ে আসবো ওখানে গিয়ে একটা
ওটা করতে হবে
That's the word start. Was it good? মুশকিল ফুলগুলো সব ইকুয়াল খোলা না তাহলে তো মুশকিল হয়ে যায়
since we connected this through I mean
You do use
Still use?
a little bit.
Okay, thank you, thank you.
One spinning round with the side of the pipe. After hitting the
না সেন্ট্রিফাইং মেশিন হতে পারে কিন্তু এই যে সেন্সারটাতে এখানে একটা আমি পরে এটা গরম করার চেষ্টা করি কারণ ওইটাকে সেন্স করে
কাজ করে প্রদীপ জ্বালিয়ে খাওয়া ধরেন
হ্যাঁ কিন্তু আমরা আইস পাইপ দিই অনেক সময়
তো হাইপার কি করে
মানে শীতকালে হেয়ার ড্রায়ার দিয়ে একটা আনা যাবে
আমি দিচ্ছি দেখলে কাঠি দেবো
নো নো লাগবে না This is not a thermostat, this is just a sensor.
Sensor, yeah.
So if it hits 75, then it will tell the control.
ঠিক আছে সুদেশ
76 করলে পর হিট কন্ট্রোল ব্রেক it down. সেটা তো আর কিছু হচ্ছে না। Just like
একটু উঠে দেবে তলা দিয়ে দেবে তলায় কি আরো
এখানে এখানে বড় একটা ফুলদানি আছে
কি বেল বলে এই ফুলগুলো বেশি দিন থাকেও না, কালকে থাকলে গরম লাগে না।
হ্যাঁ, আমার মনে হয় এয়ার কন্ডিশনটা অন নেই।
এরকম
আছে
গরম
কিন্তু
খুব গরম।
রিসেট করা আছে 75, তার থেকে কমছে না। রুম টেম্পারেচার 76 এখন।
বেশ গরম। লো কাটলে তো আরো গরম হবে।
আনফরচুনেটলি আমাদের সব থার্মোস্ট্যাটগুলো সেট করা আছে প্রিসেট। তবে আসো না বল
একটা কথা বলছি,
হ্যাঁ
তো ওই এইটা সব হলো না তো, সময় কেমন এই ফল সিলিং গুলো কাটতে গিয়ে অনেক সময় চলে গেল, কেননা যেগুলো লাগিয়েছিল এত টাইট লাগিয়েছিল যে আমরা যেগুলো কিনেছিলাম সস্তা না করে গিয়ে আমি একটা ওই যে নো স্যাগ একটা জিনিস ছিল, সেগুলো একটু ঠিক কিছু মানে it took them an inordinate length of a time to get in the space. একটা না একটা কিছু স্যাক্রিফাইস করতে হবে, মানে yeah. Oh, that's different story.
Please, right question.
দরজা খোলা কেন? দরজাটা খোলা কেন?
ঘোরাতে হবে?
হ্যাঁ
একটু বাইরে নিয়ে এসে
হ্যাঁ, একটু সামনের দিকে টেনে নেবো। আচ্ছা, দেখেন।
ওই তলার থেকে একটু সামনে নিয়ে এসে।
is breaking very easy.
ওটাকে একটু দেওয়াল থেকে একটু সামনে নিয়ে এসে বড়টাকে না, ওটা কাটতে দাঁড়িয়ে ঘুরিয়ে আপনার একটা একটু বেশি হয়ে গেল। হ্যাঁ, that's it. এইটাকে একটু সামনে নিয়ে
না না না, আমাদের
লাইট
একটা মোমবাতি জেলে দাও, ব্যাস।
ঠিক আছে,
জেলে দাও একটা মোমবাতি।
ঠিক আছে, ঠিক আছে। হ্যাঁ,
দুধটা কি
দুটো লাল দুটো কি দিলে এক লাইন।
না না, মোমবাতি একটু এখানে
ওর
গরম
কি কাজে লাগবে?
ও আচ্ছা আচ্ছা।
76 না হলে এসিটা অন হবে।
ওকে,
নাও
কটা বলি? 3:30। 3:30? না, একটু খেয়ে নিই। তাহলে আমরা আচ্ছা হচ্ছে না। ডাল দিয়ে দিলাম। বাজেনি? হ্যাঁ, 3:25। এটা একটু ঘুরে গেল।
ভালো করে নেওয়া হবে। থার্মোস্ট্যাট খুলে যাবে। ও ask Swami a question on the
ওইটাতে করতে হবে।
চারটেতে।
আরো জ্বালাবো মোমবাতি?
না না না,
কি হবে?
সেন্সার গুলোকে একটু গরম না করলে ও ভাবছে এখানে 75 এর নিচে আছে।
উঠছে না টেম্পারেচার।
আমরা এই যে শীতকালে আইস প্যাক দিই না,
এটা ওয়ান প্যাক দেওয়া হচ্ছে।
এখানে ওয়ান প্যাক, আগুন যাতে না ধরে যায়।
সারপ্রাইজিং।
Hard actually.
দেখি কেমন লাগছে। পেপারটা বলাচ্ছে এখনই আছে।
কাছে কি আছে হেয়ার ব্লোয়ার নিয়েছো?
এবার থেকে আমি হেয়ার ব্রাশ নিয়ে ঘুরবো। এটা কি ডেঞ্জারাস না? শরীর দিয়ে দিয়ে গরম করে। পরিষ্কার আছে তো দেখে নাও একটু। তুমি একবার যে দেখে নাও, আমার এসে দেখবেন।
কিন্তু হোটেলের কথা তো
দারুণ। ব্যাগটাকে টেবিলটাকে ঢুকছে।
আমাদের ইতিহাস তো আছে না, ইতিহাস চলে আগে খাইতে চলে, তারপরে খাওয়া চাই। আগে খাওয়া আসবে, খাওয়ার পরে
Maybe the sensor is also in the ceiling.
লম্বাগুলো না বেশি ইয়ে হয়ে গেছে। লম্বাগুলোকে দুই সাইডে দিয়ে ওই ছোটগুলোকে সঙ্গে নিয়ে আসবে। লম্বা দুটো একটু মস্ত বডি মা চলো।
আমরা আইস প্যাক দিই, সেন্সার আছে, অ্যাভারেজ করে তারপরে কিন্তু দিতে হবে। এমনি তো কাজ করছি
না খুব একটা গরম নেই। গরম তো লাগছে না।
একটা গরম লাগছে না যখন ক্রাউড হবে
বেশি আসবে না আজকে 30 জন।
30 or 37 37
তার মধ্যে তো পাপুতে নেই, চিন্ময় নেই, দীপক, সুমালা, 4 জন। এরা 7-8 জন। আচ্ছা সুদেশ নদী what is she doing?
ওই যে ওগুলো রাখছে সব
কিন্তু আলটা মিলে গেল অকুপাই
রেসপন্ডই করছে না।
আমি বাদ করে ইকোনমিটা তো ইকোনমি করা মানে বাহাত করে নিচে হলে ওখানে একটা প্রেশার টেম্পারেচার দিয়ে বাইরে আসে এখন আমাদের মেকানিক্যাল সিস্টেম আমাদের স্কুল না সেটা হচ্ছে রুম টেম্পারেচার উপরে থাকে না ওটা তো সেই টেম্পারেচার না রাহুল এজেন্সি রাহুল ট্রাই করছে
ওগুলো আগের সপ্তাহে চলেছে, মানে তার আগের সপ্তাহে।
It's not that hard. এই করতে শুরু করলো
না না একদম
At first, I heard a noise.
যতক্ষণ না মহারাজ আছেন ততক্ষণ করা যাবে। বলে না দেখলে কি যদি স্বর্গে যায় পদ্মাবতী দেবী সব থেকে বড়
শুনতে পারেন তাদের কোনো কথা ভালো বিষয় মন্দ তাদের সেন্স আছে
It's not my headache.
How nice. Need some water.
এটা শান্ত প্রশ্ন ভুলে যায় তোমার কি করি স্ট্যান্ড বাই নাকি
এবার এক্সেপ্ট করে দেবো
স্ট্যান্ড আপ করে করতে হবে কথা বলছে কালকে রাত্রিবেলা অনেক কাছে তোমার মেসেজটা দেখলাম তাকে হাসছি
ভুলে গেছি কিছু আমার মনে থাকে না traditional cellist জানি তাই জন্য কি লিস্টটা
আমি পরিষ্কার করতে পারি Okay. নিবেদিতা আমাকে একটা আনতে বলেছিল আনফর্চুনেটলি পুরোটা খুব সুন্দর সাজানো হয়েছে আবার কি সেটা তো আমার খবর জানি ভেরি গুড
Credit goes to Sudeshna this thing. Credit goes to Sudeshna this thing. Because Sudeshna ki বাড়াতে পারছে না।
সেই ব্যথা নিয়ে আমি সামনে বার করে রেখেছি সেখানে রেখেছি সব বাসনে আমি ওইটা কিন্তু বলতে পারছি না
দেরি হয়ে গেছে
দেরি আসতে তো দেরি হবে আজকে একটু 4:15 মিনিটে পৌঁছবে না আজকাল আমার কি আটকে গেছে তাকে তো তোমাকে বলার ছিল আর 35টা বক্স করতে হবে
আমি আছি শোনো আটকে গেছে পূর্ণিমা আটকে গেছে
ওদেরও আসতে দেরি হচ্ছে 4:15 এসে পৌঁছবে
আমাদের পার্টির ফাংশন চারটে
কালকে থেকে আরাম বাট আমাদের সময়
I'm sorry. No, normally I did 20 and this morning I forgot. Sorry. So how are you doing? Yeah, fine. Okay.
And then we go, and the door is also
Okay.
Good.
But,
So we are supposed to start 4 o'clock.
Start 4:15. Yeah.
রাখি দিই সুদেশ আসতে
Oh, Oh.
এখন বলবেন তো তাহলে দেখে নিন একটু আরেকটা চেয়ার দেবো। আপনার গরম জল বা জল রাখার কিছু না।
তোমাদের যা টাইম হবে, আই ডোন্ট থিংক ইউ শুড ওয়েট ফর এনিবডি। যখন সময় আছে সেই সময় কাজ করবে। If she does not show up, it's her problem.
ছোটটাই হবে,
ছোটটাই হয়ে যাবে। ইনফ্যাক্ট ওইটা তোমার একটা হাতে দিয়ে দিতে পারো। ওটা কোথায়? আমি
কোন জায়গায় রাখবো?
একটু উঁচু করে দাও। অ্যাকচুয়ালি এইখানটা কোথায় লাগবে? এটা কি বাড়ানো ছিল? লম্বা করা যাবে?
That's all.
এটা অ্যাকচুয়ালি কম লাগবে। কাজটা করে ঘুমালে একটা করবে। এইটাতে না একটু জড়িয়ে দাও, নইলে এটা ভীষণ ইয়ে করে।
তাহলে কাজ করছি কিনা ট্যাপ করার প্ল্যান।
হ্যাঁ
ঠিক আছে। তাহলে আপনি কোশ্চেন লিখলেন
আসছে তো না? সব শুনতে পাচ্ছিস? না না তুমি এসো, তুমি এসো, একসাথে শুরু করো, তারপরে যেহেতু কথা এরকম একটা চিন্তা হাতে নিয়ে নাও, কিন্তু পাশা নিয়ে নাও। আচ্ছা, এইগুলো না না এটা হচ্ছে কৃষ্ণ
হ্যালো হ্যালো এটা উঁচু করে দিয়েছে কথাগুলো দিয়ে আজি শুভ দিনে মিলিয়ে ভক্ত জন আজি শুভ দিনে মিলিয়ে ভক্ত জন গাবো গাবো নাম কৃষ্ণ নাম গাবো রে জয় জয় রাম কৃষ্ণ নাম গাবো রে জয় জয় রাম কৃষ্ণ নাম আজি শুভ দিনে মিলিয়ে ভক্ত জন আজি শুভ দিনে মিলিয়ে ভক্ত জন গাবো গাবো রাম কৃষ্ণ নাম গাবো রে জয় জয় রাম কৃষ্ণ নাম গাবো রে জয় জয় রাম কৃষ্ণ নাম রাম কৃষ্ণ নামে রাম কৃষ্ণ প্রেমে রাম কৃষ্ণ নামে রাম কৃষ্ণ প্রেমে মাতিয়ায় বাহুরে জয় জয় রাম কৃষ্ণ নাম বাহুরে জয় জয় রাম কৃষ্ণ মনিবে প্রেম মনিবে প্রেম প্রভু রাম কৃষ্ণ বাহুরে জয় জয় রাম কৃষ্ণ বাহুরে জয় জয় রাম কৃষ্ণ রাম শ্রী কৃষ্ণ বিষ্ণু গুরু রাম কৃষ্ণ রাম শ্রী কৃষ্ণ বিষ্ণু গুরু রাম কৃষ্ণ একাধারে শ্যামা শিব বাহুরে জয় জয় রাম কৃষ্ণ বাহুরে জয় জয় রাম কৃষ্ণ আজি শুভ দিনে মিলিয়ে ভক্ত জন আজি শুভ দিনে মিলিয়ে ভক্ত জন গাবো গাবো নাম কৃষ্ণ নাম বাহুরে জয় জয় রাম কৃষ্ণ বাহুরে জয় জয় রাম কৃষ্ণ
দুটো আছে?
হ্যাঁ দুটো আছে
আচ্ছা, ওকে।
এদিকে এরকম আর এরকম
Okay, now, my question is, going on, you sit here, put it in front, and everybody sits here, and you don't block this area.
No, we are not. Okay, let me
No,
move
no.
all this stuff.
Yeah, this is what we do in Washington, and you don't have, you
Yeah.
don't need- nothing extra has to be done.
Yeah.
The choir just sits in this section. You don't have to bring chairs, nothing, only
Yes.
the stand.
Okay. We are just three of us. No, none is coming today.
Oh.
Actually, where there, one of them was starting there.
No, we can put both of them there. Then, we can take turns answering questions.
তাহলে একটা চেয়ার উঠে দাও।
The next question to go.
Because it is kind of sloping down.
Okay. Okay, then anything wait if you want. One plus to go first. And then the question. Going to talk. Then Maharaj can also answer some questions. I can sit down, you can get up. Sit down, you can get up.
Now I understand. During the talk, okay.
Put your bag on that.
Shanta is going to say one and also that's 10 minutes.
After look at
Curtain here. Different color with each other.
Almost good.
They sit to it, that's one part. If you can't use every other mind, if you just come to the unfortunately, probably the promise of a weekend, probably I thought most of once or twice a week.
শূন্য প্রাণ কাঁদে সদা প্রাণে স্বরূপ করুণা শাখা করুণা চিরনিষ্ফল এই জীবন করুণা শাখা করুণা চিরনিষ্ফল এই জীবন প্রভু জনমে মরণে তুমি গতি প্রভু জনমে মরণে তুমি গতি মরণে দাও শূন্য প্রাণ কাঁদে সদা প্রাণে দীনবন্ধু দয়া সিন্ধু দীনবন্ধু দয়া সিন্ধু প্রেম বিন্দু কাঁদে করুণা শূন্য প্রাণ কাঁদে সদা প্রাণে স্বরূপ। मगन बन गाओ रे मन राम कृष्ण मधुनाम रे प्रेम मगन बन गाओ रे मन राम कृष्ण मधुनाम रे राम कृष्ण कहो राम कृष्ण कहो निष दिन आठो जाम दे प्रेम मगन बन गाओ रे मन राम कृष्ण मधुनाम रे परब्रह्म में नरतनुधारी दीनबन्धो भव बन्धनहारी परब्रह्म में नरतनुधारी दीनबन्धो भव बन्धनहारी सकल मनोरथ पूरनकारि राम कृष्ण गुणधाम रे प्रेम मगन मन गाओ रे मन राम कृष्ण गुणधाम रे मोह निशा को दूर हटाने दुखियों के सब दुख मिटाने मोह निशा को दूर हटाने दुखियों के सब दुख मिटाने ज्ञान भक्ति वैराग्य लुटाने आए प्राण राम रे प्रेम मगन बन गाओ रे मन राम कृष्ण गुरुनाम रे ज्ञान सूर्ययव प्रकट भया है माया का अंधियार गया है ज्ञान सूर्ययव प्रकट भया है माया का अंधियार गया है जागो जागो शोभ प्रभात में प्रभु को करो प्रणाम रे प्रेम मगन मन गाओ रे मन राम कृष्ण मधुनाम रे राम कृष्ण कहो राम कृष्ण कहो निष दिन आयो जाम रे प्रेम मगन बन गाओ रे मन राम कृष्ण मधुनाम रे राम कृष्ण मधुनाम रे
singing for 10 minutes, Maharaj. So,
You keep singing.
keep singing.
Yeah. That's it. Yeah. Sing as much as you like. It's beautiful.
Yeah.
The program is supposed to begin with singing. Huh? What's the schedule? What time is the talk? Only 10. Okay. And then Arati is what time? Good. Okay. You can sing. Sure. That's fine. They can sing.
Yes, right, yeah.
Yeah.
So Maharaj goes to all the
No.
of sub traffic sub everybody is in it. Married but and night you have both accidents.
We had the same thing.
Yeah.
Yes, we did. That's good.
You know this song. You know this Bunny the Big One. বাণী রূপে রহিয়াছো মূরতি ধরি রাম কৃষ্ণ তোমায় প্রণাম করি বাণী রূপে রহিয়াছো মূরতি ধরি রাম কৃষ্ণ তোমায় প্রণাম করি অন্তর বিহারী ছিল তব সঙ্গে দেখাইলে তুমি তারে নানা রূপ ভঙ্গে অন্তর বিহারী ছিল তব সঙ্গে দেখাইলে তুমি তারে নানা রূপ ভঙ্গে ধ্রুব তারা রাহুরে গগন ভরি ধ্রুব তারা রাহুরে গগন ভরি রাম কৃষ্ণ তোমায় প্রণাম করি বাণী রূপে রহিয়াছো মূরতি ধরি রাম কৃষ্ণ তোমায় প্রণাম করি মুক্তি দেউরে কোটালে যে ফুল প্রেমের সুগন্ধে দুলিল দোদুল মুক্তি দেউরে কোটালে যে ফুল প্রেমের সুগন্ধে দুলিল দোদুল ভব পারাবারে তুমি পারে রুতরি ভব পারাবারে তুমি পারে রুতরি রাম কৃষ্ণ তোমায় প্রণাম করি নারী রূপে রহিয়াছো মূরতি ধরি রাম কৃষ্ণ তোমায় প্রণাম করি মায়া পাশ বন্ধন শোকদাম মায়া পাশ বন্ধন শোকদাম ক্রন্দন তব বাণী দিল চির শান্তি বাণী তব বাণী দিল চির শান্তি বাণী জগতের বেদনায় দিলে নব চেতনা জগতের বেদনায় দিলে নব চেতনায় পরমানন্দ তুমি দিশারি পরমানন্দ তুমি দিশারি রাম কৃষ্ণ তোমায় প্রণাম করি বাণী রূপে রহিয়াছ মূরতি ধরি রাম কৃষ্ণ তোমায় প্রণাম করি রাম কৃষ্ণ তোমায় প্রণাম করি Let's see some other song. জয় জয় জননী জয় শ্রী শারদামণি করুণারূপিণী জয় মা জয় জয় জননী জয় শ্রী শারদামণি করুণারূপিণী জয় মা শক্তি পরমা প্রকৃতি আদা শক্তি পরমা প্রকৃতি অসরণ গতি তুমি মা অসরণ গতি তুমি মা জয় জগতারিণী ভব ভয় হারিণী দুর্গতি নিবারিণী মা জয় জগতারিণী ভব ভয় হারিণী দুর্গতি নিবারিণী মা সিদ্ধি প্রদায়িনী মুক্তি বিধায়িনী সিদ্ধি প্রদায়িনী মুক্তি বিধায়িনী জীবগতি দায়িনী মা জীবগতি দায়িনী মা নিখিল জগৎ মাতা জীব কল্যাণরতা লজ্জা পটা পিতা মা নিখিল জগৎ মাতা জীব কল্যাণরতা লজ্জা পটা পিতা জয় শারদেশ্বরী সীতারাধা মাতা মেরি যশোদারা বিষ্ণু প্রিয়া মা। জয় শারদেশ্বরী সীতারাধা মাতা মেরি যশোদারা বিষ্ণু প্রিয়া মা। যুগদেবী বন্দিতা সুর নর সেবিতা, যুগদেবী বন্দিতা সুর নর সেবিতা, নমো নারায়ণী মা। নমো নারায়ণী মা। জয় জয় জননী জয় শ্রী শারদামণি করুণারূপিণী জয় মা। আদ্যাশক্তি পরমা প্রকৃতি, আদ্যাশক্তি পরমা প্রকৃতি, অসরণ গতি তুমি মা। অসরণ গতি তুমি মা। জয় জয় জননী জয় শ্রী শারদামণি করুণারূপিণী জয় মা। করুণারূপিণী জয় মা।
Yeah, no, not sing. I mean, introduction.
You can sing also.
Yeah,
Yes,
sing
why
also.
not? Why not?
Already got a mother in the.
You were ready for 10 minutes.
And the more singing, the less I have to talk.
Oh, we don't want that, Maharaj. We want to hear you talk. Quick bhajan. আমি তোমারি কৃপার ভিখারি, থাকিতে চাই হরি চিরদিন। আমি তোমারি কৃপার ভিখারি,
থাকিতে চাই হরি চিরদিন। না জানি ভজ, না জানি সাধু, ভক্তিহীন পাপে চেয়ে মরি। আমি হে তোমারি কৃপার ভিখারি, থাকিতে চাই হরি চিরদিন। তোমার করুণা করিও ছাড়িলা, পাপী লাগিল উদাসী। তোমার করুণা করিও ছাড়িলা, পাপী লাগিল উদাসী। I took you আমি হে তোমারি কৃপার ভিখারি, থাকিতে চাই হরি চিরদিন। তোমার কৃপায় লোভিয়ে নয়ন, দেখিব হে আমি তব প্রেমানন্দ। তোমার কৃপায় লোভিয়ে নয়ন, দেখিব হে আমি তব প্রেমানন্দ। মধুর বচন করিয়ে শ্রবণ, সুখে দুঃখে রব কাঁদি। আমি হে তোমারি কৃপার ভিখারি, থাকিতে চাই হরি চিরদিন। তোমা বিনা মানকে আছে সম্বল, কে খোঁজাতে পারে নয়নের জল। তোমা বিনা মানকে আছে সম্বল, কে খোঁজাতে পারে নয়নের জল। আছি সমসয়ে তোমার লাগে, হয়ে অকিঞ্চন। আমি হে তোমারি কৃপার ভিখারি, থাকিতে চাই হরি চিরদিন। না জানি ভজ, না জানি সাধু, ভক্তিহীন পাপী চেয়ে মরি। আমি হে তোমারি কৃপার ভিখারি, থাকিতে চাই হরি চিরদিন। আমি হে তোমারি কৃপার ভিখারি, থাকিতে চাই হরি চিরদিন।
Do I need a microphone? Can everybody hear me?
No, it's me. I'm not going to be able. No, it's good. No. It's not good.
That one is not easier.
Okay, welcome to everyone. It's a very special day to have Swami Atmajnananda amongst us. After all this time, we really are happy to have you here, Maharaj. And it is even more delightful that we have with him Swami Bhaswatananda, who is currently the resident Maharaj for Washington, D.C. Vedanta Center. He has previously served at Bangalore, Belur Math, Mayavati, and Frankfurt, Germany. Maharaj, I was just put this paper in my hand just 2 seconds after I came in. So if I have missed anything, please forgive me. We hope both Swamijis to be with us frequently, and a warm welcome to Swamiji to the VVCC Connecticut. Are you going to begin, Maharaj? Yeah, now we are looking forward to the talk by Swami A. I will say that, Maharaj, and welcome everyone.
Om Jananim Sharadam Devim Ramakrishnam Jagadgurum Pada Padme Tayo Shritva Paramaham Mahurmahu. We have two chairs here because later I am going to ask our new Swamiji to come and help me answer questions. I thought this morning we'll do something. Can you hear me? Okay. Okay. I thought we would do something a little informal. 3 questions. Okay. And to be perfectly honest, I never speak without notes because I have a great fear that I'll completely forget what to say and run out of things to say. So this is a little bit of an experiment for me. Oh, how sweet. Thank you. Do we have a little water, little vase so we can keep it in? And we can keep it right here so everybody can see it. So I have a topic. It's not that I don't have a topic, but it won't cover the whole time that I'm supposed to speak. And then I would like people to have some questions. And it doesn't have to be about the topic especially. It can be anything. And already we have a few things. But it occurred to me, a topic came to my mind just yesterday that I hope will be interesting. It has to do with 2 statements that Sri Ramakrishna made to M, Sriman, the recorder of the Gospel of Sri Ramakrishna. He made them to other people also, and he made them on several different occasions. And they seem to be exactly opposite. So we have to find some way to reconcile them. Thakur used to say, and he said to him, Shorvada vichar korte hoy. One should always practice his vichara. Then, to him especially, and after he stayed for that long period, he stayed for several weeks during the Christmas period 1 year, and at the end he said, you've heard so many things, now promise me, or vichar koruna. Vichar korona, don't engage in vichara. So first he's saying that at all times one should always practice his vichara. And then he says, promise me that you'll give up this vichara. So how do we reconcile these things? So first of all, what do we mean by vichara? This a term that has different meanings, slightly different meanings in different contexts. Basically, we can say it means to analyze things, to think deeply about things, to question things, not simply accept things the way they appear, to use our intelligence. And it can be from a highly philosophical point of view. That type of vichara is called sadasat vichara. That how do we distinguish between what is real and what is unreal? Then we have other types of vichara that will be more practical types of things. How do we decide what to do and what not to do in life? How do we decide what's important, what's not important? What's of lasting value and what's of fleeting value? So this is another type of vichara, but it all falls under this general category, this vichara. So I wanted to look at, first of all, a little bit of this Vedantic vichara, this sadasat vichara, and see what role it plays for us in spiritual life and what it actually means. And I want to look at it from the context of Sri Ramakrishna's teachings, what this means in his eyes, because it's not exactly the same always as what we find in traditional Vedanta. So the Sat and Asat, these are 2 big terms. Sat means real. Asat, what does Asat mean? This is a big question. What does asat mean? Unreal. Doesn't mean completely unreal, doesn't mean imaginary, doesn't mean a projection of the mind. Does it simply mean that it's a little bit less real than sat? That is real, but it's changing, that is transitory. So all of the different schools of Vedanta will give slightly different answers. They'll have slightly different positions with regard to this. So we'll get the most extreme position that nothing that we see really has any existence ultimately. This Ajatavada of Gaudapada. Gaudapada with Shankaracharya is Guru's Guru, is a Parama Guru. And I was reading recently, I read a lot of Swami Pudeshanandaji Maharaj. He's now the one that I rely on mostly for interpretations of things. And he writes very clearly that this is a highly minority view among Vedantists. Minority view. Generally, we'll have this understanding more that what we're seeing is real, but we're not seeing it correctly. Something like that. Now, we have the very classic illustration of the snake and the rope. So this illustration, the problem with illustrations is that we can understand the illustration very easily. It's very easy to understand the illustration, but the application is what's difficult. So the illustration is very simple, that if someone's walking along the road and it's twilight, it's not easy to make out the exact nature of things. And there's a rope lying on the side of the road and they think it's a snake. So they go up and they examine it, and upon examination, they find out that it was a rope the whole time. It was never a snake. So we get this idea that this universe is a misreading of reality. And sometimes we're told that Brahman itself is the reality, and that's been hidden over, and something's been superimposed, and that's the universe, and we're seeing that. Now, there are certain philosophical difficulties with all of these positions. This is one conclusion that I've come to through the study of all different schools of philosophy, that every philosophical system has a flaw. There's not a single one that doesn't have a little problem with it. And if we take this as a type of theory of creation, how do we explain the existence of this universe? We can't do it by my misreading of it, because I have to account for myself. So it's not really that. It's more that once we've this universe has come into existence, however, whether it's a projection, if we simply say it's a misreading of Brahman, then we fall into that problem. Who is misreading it? And we bring in this idea of Maya, and everything becomes very sticky. It's very hard to figure all of that out. So I've come to the conclusion that this whole idea of misreading reality, that we're really, the ultimate reality is the Brahman itself, is easier and better and more helpful when we talk about the self within. If we're talking about external things, if you tell me that I'm not looking at a chair, I'm looking at Brahman, and then I say, well, okay, if I remove name and form, what's there? The best that I can come up with is some type of matter and energy. It's hard for me to convince myself that I'm seeing consciousness. We're turning consciousness into some substratum. And now it may be that we can look upon Brahman as the material cause of the universe in some more realistic sense, material cause. Otherwise, we go to this idea of a dream. Okay, suppose we have a dream, and the dreamer is projecting the dream. Do we say all the objects in the dream are really the dreamer? They're really Brahman, or a projection out of Brahman? So it becomes very tricky, and I personally don't think that there's much value in this type of vichara. And I feel that when Thakur is telling M that don't try to figure these things out, that this is what he means, that this is kind of a dead end. And how does he explain it? He says you're trying to pour 5 seers of milk into a 1 seer container. That it can't be done. The human mind can't grasp these types of things, that we're trying to figure out absolute questions of how the universe begins, all of these things, with a finite mind who works within time, space, and causation. We're trying to understand Maya through Maya. So this is highly speculative, of not much value, except for the great mystics, someone like Sri Ramakrishna, who could see divinity shining everywhere. He could see everything. He used to use the terminology more as the manifestation of reality, of the Divine Mother. Aishwarya. Now, Aishwarya is a little bit easier if we say Chinmatra, that what everything is nothing but pure consciousness. It's very hard to really come to grips with that. If he says everything is Chinmaya, everything is some type of manifestation of the divine, then we can sort of understand it. But when the mystic can raise his mind to a higher level, then there's a type of ecstatic view of the world. And this was a Thakur's view. This was the view of Ramprasad, that everything is mother, walking around town and walking around mother. This is a view of the early Vedic period. This is the Purusha, that the sun and the moon are the eyes of this great Purusha. The earth is his body. Seeing everything is divine. This is the vision that these great mystics have when the mind rises to a higher level. For us, it's speculation and curiosity, and we get enamored with this idea that there's no snake, there's only a rope, that we're seeing nothing but Brahman. I'm not sure how much it means and how helpful it is. Now, this is a personal thing. Everybody will have a different answer to that. Some people, they'll think it's very important. But snake in the rope, if we're talking about this vichara with regard to who am I, what is the nature of the self, and we look upon all of the outer coverings as this name and form, as the superpositions, upatis, and we peel them off one by one, then what do we end up with? Pure consciousness. Then we can really understand. So I think that the Vartavada it works better for the internal than it does for the external, because this external universe really is a great mystery. What is the status of the object when we know everything only through the mind? We only know things as phenomena, as experience. What actually exists? Does anything exist at all? There's some who will argue that what are we really seeing? It's light bouncing off of something, and it's coming and it's striking the eyeball, and it's causing some reaction to the optic nerve and going to the brain and get switched to the mind. And we think we're seeing a chair. We're not really seeing a chair. It's some virtual reality, internal seeing. Now, the problem with that is that unless there is a chair and light and an eyeball and an optic nerve, we won't have that feeling. So we can say that this is how we see external things. But this internal type of vichara, where we ask ourselves, what is the real I, the real nature of I? This is something very important. And this is that self-inquiry, that we know there's so many methods of doing it. You've all had Swami Sarvapriyanji come many times, and all of his YouTubes. This is his special interest. Okay? That how do we peel the onion? Sri Ramakrishna uses the example of the onion. How do we get to the nature of I? What is the nature of the self, or the nature of the ego? We can start out. No, we don't have to have any big understanding of Atman, nothing like that. I say, who am I? I want to find out who am I. How do I have the sense that I exist? I am. We all know that. No one can question that. If I tell you you don't exist, you'll laugh at me. Huh? Everyone knows that they exist. Now, what is that based on? So the first thing we question is this physical body, based on this physical body. But we know that the body is changing, and we suppose we have a car accident. God forbid, we have a car accident, and we're unconscious. While we're unconscious, we get a whole face transplant. They can do that nowadays. They can do a face transplant. They can give us prosthetic limbs. They can change all of our organs. Huh? when we wake up, will we have the slightest indication that we're a different person than we were before? Only we look in the mirror and we'll think, oh, what happened? Something like that. Can I tell a joke? I've told this joke. First, I have to preface it by saying that I have tremendous respect for the Sikh Dharma and Sadarjis. But the joke doesn't work unless it's a Sadarji joke. So nobody should take it as looking down upon Sadarjis at all. But one Sadarji is on the train and he is afraid that he's going to fall asleep and miss his stop. So there's someone sitting across from him, and he says to him, "You please wake me when we get to such and such a station. I'm going to take a little nap." And he says that I'll be very grateful to you. I'll give you 10 rupees if you do it. So the man said, okay, he agreed. So the Sadarji falls asleep. Now this man who's sitting across from him, he starts to feel guilty. He said, how can I take 10 rupees just for waking him up? It's not enough. I should do something more for him. That man was a barber. So he thought, let me give him a shave. So while the Sadarji is sleeping, he gives him a full shave. Now, and then he wakes him up, and the Sadarji, he looks at him and he says, thank you very much. And he gives him the 10 rupees. And then he goes home and he looks in the mirror and he sees this shaven face. And he gets very angry. He says, that fellow, I gave him 10 rupees. He woke up the wrong person. Now the whole point is that we'll never say that. We'll never confuse the body with the person. We know that we'll say, what did he do? He shaved myself. But, so this is the point, that we can eliminate that. We can eliminate the mind, eliminate the senses. We can lose all of our senses. We'll be the same person. The mind, we can have a complete change in our attitude. I was a complete atheist, and all I cared for was pleasure and enjoyment. And I met this great Swami, and my whole life was changed. Now all I care about is spiritual life. The same I used to be like that. Now I'm like this. Exactly the same I. Even when we go to sleep and have a dream, this dream universe, which we're saying is Brahman, something like that, it disappears. But the I in the dream doesn't disappear. We find that I that was identified with that dream body is now the same I that's identified with the sleeping body in bed. So we eliminate that. We eliminate the senses. We eliminate everything, pull off every layer of the onion. And what do we find inside? Empty. It's empty. So now Sri Ramakrishna doesn't say that means that there's nothing. It means that this ego disappears, that this ego belongs to the mind and the body and the senses and everything. But Vedanta will say what we find inside is the infinite absolute reality, and the same in everyone. And we have superimposed, we ourselves have looked within, and we see a snake instead of seeing Brahman, the snake in the rope. That way, I think that type of vichara is very helpful. Now, this other type, this asat, this universe is unreal. Almost every time, if you go through carefully, go through the Bengali version of the Gospel of Sri Ramakrishna, almost every time, when this word asat comes up, unreal, Sri Ramakrishna says, anitya. Anitya. That changing. That because one of the definitions of reality in Vedanta is that which doesn't change. So he'll use the term changing, or sometimes avastu. He'll say now vastu and avastu, two Sanskrit terms. They also have philosophical meaning and they have a practical meaning. Philosophically, it can mean that something really is substance and something is non-substance. The other meaning is that something is of importance and something is, we use it with a person. If someone doesn't have much substance to him. It doesn't mean they're both people exactly the same way. So it can be used in this other sense that there's nothing of very deep personal, permanent value to it, avastu. We can use it that way. Now, Sri Ramakrishna, he does two things. One, that he takes this vichara, especially with regard to separating that which is changing and that which is unchanging. And he takes this as a type of sadhana. Now, when Shankaracharya says Brahma Satyam Jagat Mithya, and when he says to use this method neti neti, Sri Ramakrishna says that this is necessary in the beginning because we've mixed things up. The water and the milk have got mixed up already. We have to churn it and make it butter and separate it. So we have to do that. We have to make two different categories. That which is real, that which is unreal, that which is permanent, that which is changing. We know all of these things. That which is the witness, that which is Durik Drisha Viveka. This, who is the seer and what is the object of sight. But he doesn't take this Jagat Mithya as a final position. He says that this can be reached by the Jnani when he gets to the roof. He says for most people, and again I'll go back to Swami Buddhishananda. He says for most people, to say this world is unreal has no meaning whatsoever. It is just talk. It has no meaning. Those who have realized the unchanging self, they may see everything as like a dream. Then it's okay. But even that's not the final position for Sri Ramakrishna. He says that coming down from after that realization, one sees everything as the manifestation of the divine. Then we get back into this idea of oneness. But I find this idea of the unchanging nature of Brahma, transitory nature of the world, again, I think it's more important to look within. And because I ask myself this question sometimes, does it really mean that everything we see will disappear one day? That nothing is permanent. We say that, nothing is permanent. Now, suppose we assume that everything that we see in this world will remain exactly the way it is. That at least as long as I live, that these chairs will not turn into dust and ashes, that everything will remain exactly the way it is. Does that mean that this world is permanent? For me, the impermanence of the world is me. I am the one who's constantly changing. This is that anitya, that day after day of my life is just floating by. The time is chewing up everything and spitting everything out, one day after another, after another, after another. This is that anitya, that feeling of the impermanence of the world. And why is it important? Because it loosens our attachment to things. It gives us a sense of priority, what's important in life. And then we get to this other type of vichara, which I think is the most important, that what really is of ultimate value in life. And when we come to spiritual life, do we really want to spend our whole time trying to figure out what is the nature of the external world, of the objects that we're looking at? Is that really of any practical value to us? It may, for some, it may be of great interest. It's more for the philosopher, and not so much for the bhakta. For the devotee, these are kind of secondary things. This is what Thakur calls counting the leaves and twigs and branches in the mango grove and forgetting to take the mangoes. So this other type of vichara, where we can talk about what is the ultimate value in life, shreyas, and what is of temporary enjoyment, preyas. This is a great distinction from the Kathopanishad. And this young boy, Nachiketa, he had such intelligence that he was able to distinguish the vichara. This type of vichara, he was able to distinguish between that which was of real value in life and that which would just give some temporary pleasure that would ultimately come to an end. And this is that type of vichara that we have to constantly think about. So I would say both of these, when Thakur says constantly practice is vichara, we have to constantly remind ourselves that the real nature of the self is divine, that I shouldn't identify myself with these external things, and this is very important, I shouldn't judge other people with regard to their external elements. So this body, when we talk about the onion, The body is not the final layer of the onion. We put so many things on top of the body, even. We put on top of that somebody's culture and their religion and their worldview, their politics, everything. And this is how we judge a person. So many external, superficial things. So this type of vichara reminds us that there's a type of oneness. That means that we can feel some connection to other people when we understand how superficial the differences are. So the nama rupa doesn't have to be the high philosophical idea, name and form. It can just be, let's try to go beneath the surface. And even if we don't get to any type of Brahman dwelling within everybody, at least we'll get to that point where we see that everybody has the same desire to lead a decent type of life and have some basic types of enjoyments and to have some freedom and not be a slave to other people and to financial conditions and everything. At least that way we can feel oneness with everyone, that we live in a shared universe, that we have shared values. Otherwise, if we get so involved with this idea that nothing is real, this universe is unreal, where do we go from that and what do we do? And how does it affect our feeling of oneness with other people? We want to unite with other people. So this brings me to the last point that I'm going to make, and then we're going to have hopefully some questions, and I'm going to ask Swamiji to come up and help me with that. The other point is that Sri Ramakrishna did not have the same view of philosophy that the acharyas had. We have our Shankaracharya, Ramanujacharya, Madhvacharya, and many others. They're the three that we are the most famous. That they take their philosophical position to be truth, and Sri Ramakrishna takes it to be a path. There's Joto Mat Oto Pat. Mat is the same as Darshana. We can take it that way. That these are all different ways of looking at things, different ways of looking at the world, different ways of understanding the relationship between the lower self and the higher self, the individual and God, myself and everybody else, the different models that we use. And each one has the capacity to take us, each one is a ladder that can take us to the roof. He was very clear on that. And he used to say he liked all of these different paths. Just when he gives the example of the mother making fish and all different types of dishes that she'll arrange and everything, in the end he says, I like all types of fish. I like fish cooked in all ways. That means that he liked all the different spiritual paths and everything. He was very fond of this one statement that's attributed to Hanuman, Mahavir. The Deha Buddhya tu dasoham. When I think of myself as his body, then I think that you're the master and I'm your servant. Jiva Buddhya tvadang shakaha. If I think of myself as an individual soul, then I feel like you're the ocean and I'm a wave in the ocean. I'm just a portion. We're connected that way. Adbuddhya, Tony, when I think of myself as the Atman, then you and I are one and the same. And then he says, Iti me nishtita matihi. That this is really my final conclusion with regard to all of these things. Now, I used to wonder, does it mean that the last one is the ultimate final truth? I don't think so. I think it means that all three of them, he has a firm conviction that all three of them are true, but it's just our point of view. When I think of myself as a body, then this is the attitude. And Thakur says, this is another very important point. You can reason day in and day out. You can come to a very firm conclusion that once the onion is peeled, that there's nothing, there's no I, that this ego doesn't exist, that it's false, a vastu, there's no substance to it. Very next moment it comes back. The second somebody looks at us in the wrong way, the second somebody says something, the slightest little hint of disapproval to us, we how dare you? It comes right back. So he says, man, utilize it. It belongs to Maya. He agrees. But you turn it into something helpful and positive. This is the example of the two thorns. I think this is a very old example. Thakur uses it, I'm sure it's from something earlier. If you step in a thorn and you have to get it out of your foot, and then you have to take another thorn. Now, the first thorn and the second thorn, they're both thorns. They both belong to Maya. But with the second one can be used to remove the first one, and then you get rid of both. So we can use sattva to get rid of the rajas and tamas, then we go beyond sattva. We utilize the ego, which we can get rid of, but we try to transform it. Thakur has this theory of the ripe ego. This ripe ego, it has two meanings. One is after God realization, when we see everything as divine, then we can have a relationship with God. We can feel some sense of distinction that God is the mother and I'm the child. That'll be that type of ripe ego. Or it can be the type of ripe ego that we ourselves utilize now, as Thakur says, arokora, that we try to imagine that, we try to utilize that, we try to feel that I am a child of the Divine Mother. It may not be natural to us. We may automatically feel, no, I'm this physical body, I'm born of my biological parents. But the more we try to feel that, the more we realize the truth of it, and the more it becomes helpful for us. So this is a very practical way that we use that vichara to understand that this ego really has no substance to it, but it keeps coming back, and we have to utilize it, and it can become our best friend when the ego becomes that right ego. Now, the other point, and this really will be the last point, is that belief systems are not always something based on logic and understanding. If we stop and think about it, very often, the things we believe in are things that we like to believe in and choose to believe in, that appeal to us. This is why, again, if you look very carefully at the Gospel of Sri Ramakrishna, when he talks about this world being like a dream, swapnohat, what does he say? Does he say, I don't believe that this world is like a dream, I think it's something real? He never says that. He says, I don't like to call the world unreal like a dream. The question of liking, what appeals to us, because we don't know. We have a little leeway there. There's no possible way of knowing exactly when we die. Maybe we'll wake up in bed and say, oh, well, it was a dream. We don't know. It's possible. So what is helpful for us? And what can we utilize? And what will be of significance and value to us? We get to choose that. So this was, that Ram Prasad song. Chini kete, chini hawa, chainama. Chini kete bhalabashi. I don't want to become sugar. I'd like to taste sugar. I love to taste sugar. So what does this mean? It may be true that I am one with the Brahman, and when I have that realization, this little I disappears, I merge in Brahman. But Thakur said, no, mother, keep a little bit of that ego, a little bit of that I, that right ego there, so there can be a little separation. I can enjoy the divine bliss of communion with you and communion with the devotees. So philosophy has a little bit to do with what appeals to us, and what we can digest. So this is Ruchi Bhed. This is Thakur had a nice way of explaining Ruchi Bhed. We all have a different taste for things. And this idea of adhikara. Jarja peti shoy. Whatever the stomach can digest, we have to be able to digest it. A lot of people love this idea, oh, the world is a dream, that there's nothing real there, everything will disappear. But can they digest it? Can they understand it, assimilate it, and everything? So we have these different types of each other, and it's very important to keep reminding ourselves, what is the real nature of the self? What is my relationship with God? And what is the goal in life? What is important to me? What really and this idea of the fleeting nature of life and time swallowing up everything. And so we don't waste a second of life. We understand what's important, what's not important. Then we see that all the little problems in life and little quarrels we have among ourselves, how unimportant they are. That life is just fleeting. And one day it'll be the last day of our lives, and we'll ask ourselves, why did I waste my time with all of these little things? So many quarrels with other people, so many misunderstandings, so much of hurt ego and pride and all of that. When everything will come to an end and I could have spent my life calling on God, trying to realize something higher. That type of vichara we have to constantly do. This philosophical type, when it's a dead end type, when it's pouring too much milk into the small container, that it's good to think about it a little bit, come to the conclusion that, I'll never understand it, and then drop it. And like Thakur says, this is the magic of the magician. That more important, find the magician. How the magician does the magic, we don't know. That we get too involved in the garden and forget the gardener. So this is what I wanted to start with. Now, you got a brief introduction of Swamiji that is just the externals. When you get to know him, you'll see what a sweet, loving nature he has. And we're so blessed, we're so happy in Washington that he's come to join us. Most of you know that we'll lose our Kumar probably beginning of next year for training center. Yeah, he'll go. We're very happy for him, of course. He'll go to training center. Our Swami Brahmarupanandaji is not getting any younger, and this may not surprise you. I'm also not getting younger. So we're very happy that Swamiji is here. So Maharaj, please, you come. We have, and anybody can ask new questions. There are a few things here. In fact, these are 3 easy questions. You can do this. Yeah, read them. No, you have to stand there. I'll sit. So you can see it. Any other questions? Any other questions with regard to this vichara business? Good. This is for Swamiji.
And take it like this.
What am I called?
No.
That's okay. Yeah. Yeah, you can put together. That's nice. Purusha Prakriti. Or bigger things. Yeah, if anyone has any questions on this topic, otherwise, any question is good.
I do not have a question, but I have a comment about this one. The comment is that each of us have our unique set of situation, and I like approaching different philosophy from the point of view of Swamiji had told us that we are going from lower truth to higher truth. So as we will be pursuing a certain path, if you are truly logical, if you would like to be logical, then our understanding will also change as we are climbing the ladders of knowledge. The knowledge, we cannot have a perfect knowledge because of the 4 reasons. One of them is that we have a wrong understanding. We have a pramada. Our senses does not work very well. So perfect knowledge is not possible. So what should I do? I think this is the problem, is that we should follow our sadharma. I asked this question. I asked this question for 3 years, and Thakur at one time gave me an answer which very apt. He said that we started from one cell. That becomes lung, heart, kidney, horn of Langerhorn, I mean, all the different organs. But you take one cell, you can clone the whole body. But a kidney has to clean the body. A brain has to think. They do not have to do the same thing. So in this philosophy, in trying to understand what should we follow, it is to our knowledge that we should follow our Shadharma. And if we follow our Shadharma, that will lead us to a transformation that we need to realize ourselves. So, I mean, I'm a scientist and I try to logically understand all the philosophy, and it does not give me the, not only it is limited by our senses and our power of knowledge. And it can never give us the truth because our awareness is also not our control. Anesthetics can put our awareness off. So who is asking that question at that time? But our consciousness still exists. Swamiji has given us that we have given different mind. So we are going to subconscious, to conscious mind, to superconscious mind. As we are tapping into the superconscious mind, we will be getting the benefit of answers to all those questions. So the question is that how do we tap into the superconsciousness? It will depend upon our sadhanas. So each of us has to find out, and I asked Adishwanandaji this question several times. After a long time badgering him, at one time he gave me the answer. He said that to follow this sadharma was that you'll have a natural love for that. You'll have a natural skill for it. And you'll be able to pursue it without any large effort. So if we look into ourselves, then we'll see what will be our sadharma. And if we pursue that, our transformation will come a lot faster than trying to be something else which we are not. That's the comment I wanted to make. That in this sense, which path we'll pursue will depend upon our sadharma. Any comments, Maharaj?
Yeah, it's just, I would say it's what Swamiji said is a path of least resistance.
Yes.
I'm fitted for something,
yes,
and that will be the easiest for me to follow.
Yes, that's okay.
That's the whole logic behind the concept of swadharma. In fact,
yeah.
It's not a question of which is higher or lower.
No,
it is what we are fit for.
And as a matter of fact, in Bible it says that we are born into number in Deuteronomy. That means we are born to do something. Like you're a carpenter, you are a medical practitioner. You are born to do certain function. That will be if kidney does not do his work well, the body suffers. God suffers. So each of us, if we can do our job right, and with not envying others, that is our path.
That is why Tapasyananda, you must have heard of Swami Tapasyananda. He was one of our vice presidents.
Yeah.
He used to say, we have this wrong idea that whatever is difficult to achieve is the best.
As a matter of fact, a Nobel laureate scientist also what's that Celtic? Feynman. This is path of least resistance. The energy always that's how this whole world works. Anyway, that's different point.
Yeah, otherwise even spiritual life will become drudgery and unrealistic.
That is a good question. Yeah, go ahead.
For those of us who might have a very simplistic understanding of what Thakur and Swamiji and one other said about trying to maybe have discrimination about what's real and not real, for those of us who live in this life of busyness, etc., it might seem that you have to not care. And I'd like to ask the difference between trying to achieve this consciousness or feeling that all of us are going towards this path of light versus not caring about what you do, right? Not being affected by the results of things that happen. which might push you into just, if you think very on the verbal level of just the words, that, you should, these things that happen, it's not really real, then a lot of people might say, well, then why do I care at all? And so could you differentiate between seeing the light or understanding that all of this is really related towards going towards light versus just not caring about how you go about your daily activities?
I'd modify it slightly. I would say it is not caring. In fact, we are asked to pay our full attention to what we are doing. We have to do with all the devotion that we have. But at the same time, it doesn't mean we have to keep on expanding our activities. After giving it our full attention and after doing all these things with love, if deep within we have a spiritual worldview, if we have a spiritual goal to achieve, God will see to it, or the divine will see to it that these external businesses and engagements will slowly reduce, and the experience and the work that I have done with all my devotion will provide me with the maturity to go inward. Does that answer your question?
Yeah.
Can you?
No, he is doing good.
Really?
Yeah. In a way, I think that, of course, like all things, it's easier said than done, because the effort you put in then makes you get another task and another task, and you can do with so much devotion, but there will be another goal you have to reach, right? That's just the way achievement is, and especially a lot of us do that. So it's hard to say, okay, I'll just not care at a certain time.
Yeah, no, yeah.
Or to
maybe
say that was enough.
Use slightly different words to be unaffected.
Unaffected, right?
Yeah.
Right.
Is that, may I say something? I saw her growing up, and I think
She's our Nina baby.
Nina, Swamiji had a little booklet, What is the Secret? He exactly answered your question.
Okay.
Before you start, you don't think about anything, as Maharaj said. Think of all the, take God's name, and this is what we do. Once you start the work, do not think about God anymore. Because you have taken His permission that God has given you all the faculties to do your job right. In that lecture, Swamiji tells, take the God's name and see that I perform the job well. After that, it's no longer God. It is what your work 100%. Nobody else's job. I mean, it's clearly, very clearly stated, very booklet. I have one, I'll give it to you.
No, that makes more sense, actually.
Yeah, it's absolutely, you have to, before you start, pray to Thakur, do everything, and once you start the work, no more God, at our level.
And after you are done with the work,
yes,
you have to again offer it to God.
Yeah.
Then it is easier for to be unattached.
Sorry, I did not want to take your time because I know her socially from, I could not help it. Thank you.
You can go to the Christian.
Yeah, can we achieve Uparati in household life? Where else? Yeah, because if spiritual life is every person's inner warfare, then everybody has to achieve Uparati only in the circumstances where they find themselves.
How would you define Uparati?
Uparati is withdrawing oneself. Something like pratyahara in real life.
As a matter of fact, Swarupayananda is following that book, which is being sold, is very clearly defined in that book. Apparakshan.
What does it say there?
No, what is, I mean, that is the most using minimum word explaining the Uparati term. Yes, that's what he said. But if you are looking for Apparakshan, it is not for everybody. Once again, the question of
for that matter, spiritual life itself is not for everybody.
yes, to some extent it is not, because that is why all the restriction. Who is supposed to read Vivek Chudamani and all the Brahmaswans, that you have to have Yama, Lama.
Tapasda,
Yes.
let some other people talk.
Yes, sure.
Anyone else? Okay, and then we have two more questions.
So, yeah, Uparati in household life, yes. That is where, because it is our grappling with the 10 temptations by which we are surrounded. Uparati is to withdraw the mind from those temptations. So I would say that is where we have to achieve it. Of course, it is not limited to the householder's life. Even for a monk, that applies. And also, you don't have to. Nobody has to feel smaller for being a householder. Never, never. In God's eyes, we are all equal. Though monastic life offers many. Yeah, it is easier for a monk to pursue higher spiritual life than for a householder. Only that much can be said.
I don't know about it, but you mentioned it.
No,
I'll answer the last one.
No, Maharaj, I asked that question because Buddheshanandaji had 3 lectures on that. That's what I put that question.
Mantra Siddhi.
Mantra Siddhi and how to achieve that.
Actually, Maharaj, you spoke so beautifully on the Los Angeles Center on Buddheshanandaji.
Yeah.
I attended that.
I think that's what I put in.
Oh. I didn't. I mean,
Yes.
You lectured
I didn't go to Los
Angeles
Angeles.
Center.
Oh,
Hey, only 2 months ago.
oh.
Yeah,
I don't remember,
you
but I said.
said,
Okay.
Yeah, you said that you have ran out of topics to say, so you are taking.
Yeah, I borrowed from you.
Yeah, that's the lecture.
The mantra siddhi. Siddhi usually means the perfection that when we attain either we can say we attain God through mantra, or we attain the highest type of practice, mantra siddhi. It really has lots of meanings. Sometimes we talk about the awakening of the mantra. We repeat it, and it's just like repeating a word. But at some point, we really feel that this mantra, the name and the one named are one and the same. Mantra siddhi can be also this ajova japa. When we reach that point where this mantra is going on endlessly, without any effort, that we feel that we're not even the ones who are repeating it, that we simply listen to it, that we sit for meditation and the mantra is going on. We finish our meditation, the mantra is going on. Swami Turiyananji, he gives a very nice explanation. He says, you see, now the two of us are talking, and the mantra, it goes underground. It goes in the background. The second we stop, it'll come back into my mind again. And we can get this feeling that we repeat the mantra while we're going to sleep. And we wake up in the morning, and second that we wake up, mantra comes back, and maybe right in the middle, maybe we'll get the feeling that it's been going on the whole night, this underground. And as soon as we wake up, we become aware of it again. Not that we start again repeating it. This is one type of perfection, we can say, of repetition of the mantra. Otherwise, the mantra siddhi, that mantra siddha, someone who attains perfection through repeating the name of God. So this japa, this is something that we use as a help in meditation. This is something that we can do formally, keeping track. This is something that can just be in the background while we're doing all of our work. And see, we talked about the different spiritual attitudes. While we're doing our work, we can think of God the whole time. Don't think that this will be a distraction for us. That we hear, if we give even 25% of the mind to the job, 75% of the mind to God, we can be repeating the mantra, doing manual work especially. Then this will bring great joy to us, that type of work. I have had the experience where the clearer the mantra seems to be going on at the time of work, the greater the concentration, not the less the concentration. If there's a very wrong idea to think that, suppose I'm doing some woodworking, I'm using a tool, a dangerous tool that can cut my fingers off. I have to be very careful about that. I can be repeating the mantra silently to myself with tremendous concentration, watching my hand, watching the saw, doing all of that with great concentration. It doesn't detract from it. So it depends what type of work we do, what our spiritual attitude is. We hear in that story about Narada, about the farmer. He forgot God all day long. During the morning, he goes and bows down to him, then forgets, and then at night he comes back and said, whatever I did, I offer you. Not that he forgets, but his mind is occupied with other things. But then we also hear how Narada got a scolding. He's carrying the oil around the world and is not spilling a single drop. Narayana says, how many times did you think of me? How could I think of you? Whole mind was on the jar. Now, I think that this is a wrong conception. That if we remember God and keep the hand and the mind and the eye, everything focused with concentration will be even better. I used to have to, not have to, it was my privilege. I used to take tea to Swami Swanandaji every afternoon in Trabuco. And you know, there's that steep hill. Yeah. So before I became smart enough to put it into a thermos, I used to carry it in a cup. So I have to be very, very careful that I don't spill anything like that. I made it a point to never forget the mantra at that time. I thought, let me not be like Narada. And I found, that it doesn't take away from your concentration. But it depends on the type of work. If you're seeing a patient or something, then it'll go into the background, but it should be there, the whole feeling that everything we do is done as an offering. And if we have a little bit of bhakti yoga in us, then forget about this world being unreal. Everything is something to be worshipped. Every action we do is worship. Everything is a manifestation of the divine. Then you don't have to worry so much about attachments and things. And we just have to, this is another type of vichara. We have to make sure that we're not multiplying unnecessarily our duties and obligations and everything. We have to be a little sensible and reduce things and practice moderation. Then whatever we do really is not a type of worship, it is worship. And this becomes, it converts everything into spiritual practice. And if we get this mantra, if we can get this practice of repeating the mantra, and at some point this mantra will become awakened. We don't know when it happens or how it happens, but at some point this mantra itself will feel the divine presence through this mantra. That will be some type of mantra siddhi. We can say it doesn't mean some psychic power or that type of siddhi. It means a type of perfection that comes through the mantra.
One more question.
That's a good question. Yeah. Can we ask the same question to different Swamis?
Yeah.
That is good. I need to say what to say about this. Yeah. Of course, you can ask the same question to different Swamis, but you must be able to
how to say, lejo modo baad diye. The essentials will be the same.
Remove the head and the tail.
So only one thing I'd like to say about mantra siddhi is how to achieve it. The answer we find in the Yoga Sutras by Dirghakala Nairantarya.
Yeah.
Unbroken practice for a long time and with love. Where there is love, this becomes easy. Otherwise, everything becomes dry.
I think it's time to. No, I would like to add what Swami Shwanandaji had told me, and Bhuteshanandaji also implied that one also. When Swamiji asked me to repeat the mantra, he told us to feel the bliss or ananda in repeating the name. I told him, Maharaj, this is phony. I don't feel pleasant, but you do it. Long later, I realized that what he meant. Because we are the ananda. Our nature is so mantra should be the ananda. So when every time we repeat the name and during japa, if you feel ananda, then that will, when we really feel that ananda by repeating, that will be.
But there have to be some minimal qualifications. Otherwise, you can't go say this to a man on the street and.
No.
Yeah.
But bhakti.
But if you are at least to a basic extent prepared for spiritual life, and if you have a certain amount of detachment from the world, it is easier to
develop
the spring of love for God is already inside. Only we have covered it with a lot of our worldliness. Once you remove those things, they say the spring will bubble up automatically.
Any other questions? Swami, quick question.
Oh, yeah.
Is that mantra you keep saying, is that the Diksha mantra, or could that be the other mantra we read in various Sanskrit chanting? Here, of course, it is Diksha mantra.
Once you get the Diksha mantra, that should you should give it your all, I would say.
So that means chanting of the other types of.
Maybe until you get the mantra Diksha, until you get the Diksha from your guru, maybe you will have some deity for whom you feel a special attraction, and you may use some mantra that is available.
Right.
But when you are serious enough, then you go to a guru and get the mantra.
I can add one thing.
I can thank you.
Okay.
The other point about this mantra is that if we receive this mantra from a genuine guru in a genuine tradition, then we have to have tremendous faith in the power of the mantra. That it's not simply our devotion. This is, of course, critical that we have the devotion and everything and the faith, but we really should feel that we've received something that is a tremendous blessing and tremendous gift and has tremendous power. I always liked that illustration of some buried treasure in the bottom of the ocean with a chain, and we're given a link. To really feel that now I'm holding in my hand that link to God realization. And I just have to go one link, one by one after another. I don't know how long it'll be, but I'm convinced that if I don't give up, I keep doing it, that I'll get that treasure. At some point, I'll have to dive underwater, take a special leap, and I have to be convinced that that won't be death. I'll be entering into that higher realm. And then if we look upon this mantra not as just some words that we're given, something with tremendous power, something which on some mystical level is one with the divine, that the name of God and God are somehow one and the same. If we have that type of faith, then this mantra can work miracles.
I've heard some my fellow brahmacharis who used to practice their mantra very intensely, that they felt as if the mantra is some solid support in their life.
This is
that's the word that they use.
The question is that I mean I do not feel what exactly what they meant.
Yeah, they meant that
Tangible.
without yes, it was almost solid for the he used the word. It is like a solid support. You can't think of your own existence without the mantra. And somewhere in some bhajan of Surdas or Tulsidas, they have used this. Niradhar ko adhar. It's not only the saints that they may have realized it like that, but there are also lesser spiritual aspirants who have felt that very, very tangibly. That without the mantra, they could not exist.
And one thing that, I mean, I'm saying all the things I do not know, I mean, the other people should say. I was really thrilled a few weeks ago. I mean, I've read it before. 2nd June, 1983. 1883. Thakur has come from Balaram Bose's house to Adhar Lalsen's house, meeting a neighbors of him. And the statement he makes is that whether you will stay in Samsar or you'll get Mukti, both is decided by the God. And the next sentence he said, they asked, how do you get Bakulata, yearning for the name? He said, very clearly, that whenever God wants to give somebody Mukti, he brings.
Yeah, like the zamindar visiting the tenant's house.
Thakur is saying that, no, they'll get a satsanga.
Yeah.
I think all of us here are lucky that way because we are getting your satsanga. So everybody should feel good that Thakur is giving them a direction for the mukti. Otherwise, they won't be here.
Right.
So
that's specifically for you, this question. Yeah. But come in
I'll
front of the
but
microphone.
I may not be able to finish it in a few minutes.
I read the question first.
New Swami, can you speak a few minutes on Mayavati? We want to do a pilgrimage.
But that's
Yes.
Yes. Yes. Once I begin to talk about Mayavati, I may not be able to stop. Yeah, because I remember everything of Mayavati on a daily basis, several times.
It came through the internet, so I just want to make sure.
Yeah. What does he want to know about Mayavati? Because Mayavati is also very rapidly changing. Very rapidly changing.
Tell a little of the history first, and then the bhava of it.
Maybe you can define the term, because maybe some people.
Yeah, if you associate Mayavati with natural beauty, then the best time would be what they call the guest season. That'll be mid-March to mid-June, and then mid-September to mid-November. After that, they won't allow guests. They don't take any guests anyway. But if somebody insists and keeps up with the insistence for a couple of years, then it's sure to register on the Swami who deals with this, and maybe he will be gracious.
Tell a little bit about
Because-
the history of it and how it began and everything. Swamiji's idea of Advaita.
Yes.
Advaita.
Yeah, but on Mayavati. Yeah. Swamiji wanted a place where, an ashram where both his Indian and Western disciples could practice Advaita Vedanta without the least dependence or without the least touch of dualistic religion. Ritualism, things like that. So, there are, first of all, there's no temple, no images, no worship, no group meditation, no group singing, nothing. You are left to yourself and your work. And for some people, it is spiritual life is best practiced that way. They may not be Advaitas, but inside, externally, there may not be any devotional exercises, but inwardly, I'm not debarred from repeating my mantra and being in the company of my Ishtadevata. That is not said. So for such people who want to spend some time in, as Thakur said, Nirjane, then I hope such people will also get an opportunity to visit the ashram outside these so-called guest seasons. But at that time, the weather will be very inhospitable. During the rains, it'll be, the whole place is crawling with leeches. And the guest house is in a place where it hardly gets any sun. And winters are largely wet and very cold. They don't have any air conditioning. If it is -5 outside, it's -5 inside also. Yeah, but I don't know. There has been plenty of improvement in the ashram. Maybe they have better power supply and good living conditions now. So first of all, for those who want to spend some time, some considerable stretch of time in solitude, they could make a special request to the management to let them visit the place outside of these guest seasons. Then it's a really beautiful place. It's a really beautiful place. Now the forest has also grown thicker. And it is really, at least the ashram, and they have renovated the two main buildings of the ashram. That it was all breaking apart. Now they have made it very nice, as it used to look 100 years ago. So it will give you an ambience of those times. I think. During those times, that is the outside guest seasons is the best time for a spiritual aspirant to visit. But if people want to go there and they also want to go to other places, other holy places, or this Char Dham and all, they have no other choice. Yeah, you have to make a choice between convenience and the atmosphere, the real spiritual atmosphere.
What is the guest season?
Yeah, mid-March to mid-June, mid-September to mid-November. At that time, the place will be really, full of visitors, guests, because they have a very beautiful garden. Nature lovers throng the place, and then you know how it is.
And the food is good. You
won't be thinking of the food there. You won't be thinking.
And the snow peaks.
Yeah.
The snow peaks they can only get in January.
I was there.
But if somebody is allowed to be there at least 15 days, less than that would be.
Oh, they don't allow it to stay more than 3 days anyway. But Maharaj, that I learned the greatest lesson, that the cows were made to listen to the hymn, Shiva, hymns to Shiva.
Yeah, at least during my time, that wasn't the case.
What they found out that they yield more milk.
Yeah, of course, of course.
Because they get
that all our goshalas
Yes.
across the Ramakrishna mission centers, they all that's a proven fact. if you put some mild melodious music, they yield more milk.
Time for next program.
It's okay for Arati.
Okay.
If they have, well, we're not in a rush. If anybody has any other question, yeah.
What is the role of samadhi in Advaita Vedanta?
Say it again.
What is the role of samadhi in Advaita Vedanta?
The role of samadhi and Advaita Vedanta. It's mine. Samadhi belongs more to the tradition of yoga, and the Advaita Vedanta is more this idea of jnana or some enlightenment. We don't find this terminology even in the Upanishads. They don't speak in those terms so much. That generally the samadhi that we know of in the yoga system is one where the mind practically disappears. We're being perfectly calm and silent and almost non-operative. Not the deep sleep state, but somehow no vrittis are rising in the mind. The enlightenment experience of the Upanishads can be with the mind fully awake, with the mind fully aware and raised to a high level of this consciousness of the ultimate nature of reality, the ultimate nature of the self. Now, Sri Ramakrishna, he doesn't make such a big distinction. He'll talk about through this Advaita Vedanta and all these different paths, reaching that highest state of samadhi. And for him, this samadhi can also be a devotional type of experience. So sometimes he'll talk about this bhava samadhi. Bhava samadhi, we can have all sorts of visions, and he'll talk to the Divine Mother, she'll talk to him, he'll see all different gods and goddesses, all different things can take place. But it's samadhi in the sense that there's no outer awareness. It's all taking place within the mind. Mind is completely withdrawn, indrawn. The best example or way of understanding samadhi that I know of is Swamiji's hymn, the hymn of samadhi. And he explains how when the mind goes higher and higher and higher, that we first enter into the state of savikalpa samadhi, where there's just the sense of I am, I, this flow of I. And then even that disappears somehow. And then that's the nirvikalpa samadhi state. So this isn't specifically spoken of in the Upanishads, but some of our swamis will say also that unless we get this highest type of samadhi through, even if it's through Advaita Vedanta, that we won't get this ultimate type of realization. A different points of view, really. But the very traditional Upanishadic point of view is not so much that the mind becomes quieter and quieter and quieter, but clarity, we get deeper and deeper clarity. So we do this Sharavana Manana, that first we hear this Tattvamasi, that truth, and we think very deeply about it. Then we enter to some higher state, the Dithyasana. It's not the meditation of the yogis, where the mind is completely controlled, but some type of higher and deeper insight into the real nature of that Brahman or Atman, or the highest selves within, that will give us some type of ultimate realization, so that all of the bonds will be broken and the doubts will disappear and all of that.
So there are two different systems, but there's a lot of overlap, and there are always different positions that the different philosophers take and different acharyas take with these things. But we definitely, Thakur gives that impression through all the different paths that they end in oneness, and for him this oneness is often that state of samadhi. So he doesn't make much of this big distinction between the Vedanta system and the yoga system.
The samadhi with eyes open.
Samadhi with eyes open even. So we can use samadhi in a lesser sense or a different sense. Even in the yoga system, samadhi doesn't always mean the highest God realization. It can just mean full concentration of mind. It's used in that sense also. So, but this is a very interesting question. Can there be the highest realization without samadhi? And I've heard different points of view with regard to it. Yeah. I remember our Swami Asheshanandaji, who we all consider to be perfectly God-realized soul. He says there's no liberation without nirvikalpa samadhi. And yet we'll see in even something like Vivek Chudamani. With eyes open, looking at the teacher, he says, where is this universe gone and everything? And so it's not like he's like Thakur, completely lost to the world. Couldn't even bring the mind down. No thought of him saying anything. But here, that state of full realization, heart full with the joy, being able to express that somehow. So there's no way we can limit all the different types of spiritual experiences and realizations. We try to categorize things and say, oh, this path leads to samadhi, this path leads to enlightenment, to nirvana and everything. But that's our own desire to categorize things and make it a little easier for us to understand.
Karma yoga, we hardly speak about.
The karma yoga, we don't speak about that at all. The bhakti yoga, it's almost considered something that we want to avoid. See, Thakur would pray to Mother, don't let me lose consciousness and don't let me get immersed in Brahman. I want to enjoy bhakti, I want to enjoy communion, I want to enjoy the company of devotees. So it depends to a great extent on our spiritual attitude and spiritual path. Anything else?
So we have some housekeeping announcements.
Okay.
So then we'll go to our.
Okay. Anyhow, we're very happy, and I want to congratulate everyone. Our Swami Bhaswadanandaji, he's like this huge honeycomb. He's very content to let the honey remain inside. And if you poke him a little bit, it starts to come out. So you did a good job of poking. And we got to hear a little bit.
It's very, not a very...
No, it's very sweet.
For the honeycomb itself.
No, we don't care about the honeycomb, but it's very sweet honey. Also. David. Oh,
one last question.
Okay.
I would like to ask you one question. Can you give an opinion about transcendental meditation, how it relates to spirituality? Transcendental meditation, how it relates to spirituality?
You know, they started this TM movement by divorcing it from spirituality. But the Swami who started everything, he was a spiritual person, and he felt, this is our understanding, he felt that once people start practicing meditation, that they go a little deeper, they'll become more interested in the spiritual side. So he started out with his alpha rays and all these different things, and the alpha waves in the brain, and efficiency at work, and better health, and all of that. But we know he also had some conviction. If a certain percentage of the people in the world practice meditation, there could be world peace. And for those, he had that university in Iowa, those who were kind of inner circle, that they would definitely emphasize the spiritual nature of the self and realization and everything. But in order to attract more people, he thought giving a scientific explanation and taking people who simply wanted to increase their ability to relax, their ability to help their health, to avoid tension and eliminate all of these things, that this would attract people and gradually step by step lead them to some serious interest in spiritual life. This is my understanding of what was his name? Mahesh Yogi, Maharishi Mahesh Yogi. Yeah, he was. At one time we heard he was asked to be one of the Shankaracharya. At one time he was considered very learned in everything. So this was a little out of character for him. It was really his kind of brilliant idea that people in the West, especially, they'll be distracted by too much of spirituality and other things. But if they could learn how to control the mind and quiet the mind, that this would be their kind of introduction to inwardness, going deep with it. Many people gained very much.
World peace thing.
And world peace, yeah, that was also a part of it. And of course, the mantra that they give is supposed to be secret. Nobody knows about it. And he told the people that don't worry about it. It doesn't mean much or anything. But we heard that it was a beach mantra that he used to give, which is considered to be very powerful with a deep spiritual significance. So,
thank you, Maharaj. And thank you, Swami Vasvatananda, for coming to us for the first time. And I hope you'll come back again, as Doladi has said, again and again. A few housekeeping announcements. We will have Arati now, followed by 10 minutes of silent meditation. And we plan to finish with the lights aimed down. And when the lights come back, you can proceed to collect snacks on your way out. There will be snack packets to go. And for tomorrow's sessions, we have 10:30 to 10:45. We gather here at 10:45. Bhajans will be started, followed by Swami's Discourse at 11. That's a Sunday talk.
And also questions.
Yes.
People come, come with questions.
And we will be distributing note cards. Like today, you pick up a note card and give a question anonymously if you want, or you can stand up and ask a question. That will be between 11 and noon, and afternoon 12 to 12:30 or 12:20, about 20 minutes, question answers. It will be followed by a few more bhajans and spiritual singing. Well, the singers are here, so their music teams will be performing. And about 12:45, boxed lunches will be provided to go. Again, due to COVID, we request everyone to follow guidelines. And please pick up the boxed lunches on your way out tomorrow. And we thank Maharaj and seek their permission to start Arati. And thank you again all for coming.
We'll have singing in Kannada?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
And how many items do we have?
For the Arati, actually,
Arati, we just Mantra Pradeep, or we have a
Mantra Pradeep,
okay, no, we do it just with a Chamarach. Yeah, you can give cloth, you can just go Arati. Yeah, flower. Yeah, flower, flower, cloth.
Cloth.
Yeah, yeah.
Cloth or flower.
Okay.
and we have some items.
Yeah.
Writing in the screen. Atmajnanananda Sharanam Mahadevam Karoti Kalusham Upakanta Hari Shandam Shiva Subhimanam Tavanam Yasmadaham Dashkarano Jagadevam Lamya Asmatmanevam Sharanam Om Sthavakaya Dharmasya Sarvadharma Swarupane Avatara Parishtaya Rama Krishnaya Te Namaha Om Namah Shri Bhagavate Rama Krishnaya Namo Namaha Om Namah Shri Bhagavate Rama Krishnaya Namo Namaha Om Namah Shri Bhagavate Rama Krishnaya Namo
ঠিক করে নিয়ে যাবে।
Yeah, I was not sure. Yeah, it should be here, then we put it in a break. I want to take a strawberry.
খাওয়া বাইরে